birth usually, but not where stress is. The plug can be lost early and the uterus not ripe. Most people don't know, and a lot of people are just being acted upon. But if you were a detective and you saw what was, you looked into things, you could see a defective protein, amino acid, starting at the beginning of our talk, which is in short supply, and it really results coming from a genetic and epigenetic type of factor, which is really not favourable to sodium, proper transport we're talking about, and so it's excreted more than it should be, and it causes fluids to be more thickened as a result on the membranes and stuff, and coagulated, and it causes fluids to not flow properly through the intestine. And many mothers can have been given nephrotoxic, meaning kidney types of toxic types of antibiotic, and wrongfully administered can all of those cause various kidney types of conditions and failure, and chloride levels cannot be present proper. Amino acids can be broken and not available as much. And then the chloride molecule has to be larger, of course, but really low if it's between 30 and 60 micromoles per litre. It's a transmembrane conductance receptor where a defective gene is, and so salt isn't being kept in the body, but they're being excreted, and it causes the fluids to be more sticky, and gastrointestinal reflux in the beginning when babies are, causing this contents of the stomach to have been sometimes passed up through into the nose when the child was laying down, and bursting from the esophageal sphincter and coming up into the nose and burning everything. And so these kids are not easy wanting to be put down after that. But mucus incipiation and dysmotility of the distal passageways of our body could have really become closed down and not open like it's supposed to be. And especially small moments when mouth breathing is going on, and do you know if you're mouth breathing any point in the night? Because you shouldn't be. You should be nose breathing. Of course, gastroesophageal refluxive types of conditions and the small bowel overgrowth, the bacteria like we're talking about, is often present, and puffiness really is around the eyes. But the skin often, if you lick the skin, you can see it to taste salty, and often as they're phlegmy and more polypy types of conditions are going on, and smooth muscle contraction isn't dilating. And so trypsin and chymotrypsin, you can look to see what's happening where the stool is, to see what enzymes are existed or not, and if they're present or not, the pancreas. But if stone is in the pancreas, which is typical because of high phosphate diet and high methionine diet and dead food, not live food, and eating a lot of consumed molecules of death, which is N-acetyl, N-glyconeuminic acid, and other types of surfactant, which is found in insects and fish and bird and pigs, which is not a surfactant that you and I have any capacity DNA to be able to break down. And so these things just act like prion and interfere and cause neoplastic condition, which really is a tissue beyond the economy, which should really be there. And then so coughing and wheezing can all be noticed a bit earlier on. And mutations in the DNA receptor gene can be shown typical, because the 1p36 gene can often be knocked out and shows sort of a morbidity and not a capacity really to be able to think straight per se. Also, there's the VMAT gene, which is a God gene. These two genes really are involved more in neurotransmissions and this sort of thing, but other things as well. And really not functional. Can't sort of cause somebody to really have transpersonal consciousness much, and sort of only be looking at people and looking at the world in a different way than what we ordinarily would be. So micro niches where things exist like that can be in a family and can be within the body, of course, and it can be situationally specific where things like that come out because of stress more, but it might not really be elevated unless you really could see an elevation of sweat chloride level, that you really do have a state of cystic fibrosis, because typical then someone's sweat would be relatively free of salt primarily. And when anemia is really rife, which it is, where these children are with jaundiced skin, it's typical that anemia is really rife where there is in the colour of the stool also. And it really decreases the comfort where eating is. And straturia really is an impaired osmolytic assimilation and from a lack of proper digestion. As we've been talking about, fat malabsorption and really not proper essential fatty acid synthesis, then this is really not working like it should do in a chain of body. Very important, these essential fatty acids. And it's really a cause then upstream that we're talking about from the pancreas not passing on proper goodness because fluids are sticky and not flowing through itself like it should. And after that, then how does the bladder gland function, which is supposed to have very extreme north negative element and some enzymes to help fuel your body? It doesn't really get passed on nutrient like it should. And so if I was thinking when somebody asks me, well, what's the major condition? I'm thinking really, I know sodium is really, really not known how bad that is, meaning that how needed it is. And how important it is for anemia and these sorts of things, and what to do to be able to help correct eating so what's consumed is being neutralised so that gives it pancreas a chance to function properly. Otherwise, you've got endothelial and also epithelial growth factor, which is produced and should be but wouldn't be. So then you've got the lining and the passageways of those cells not really having proper conditioning and not so noticed, of course, but children could be suffering from this cystic fibrosis and generally not really be seen more and then start to be some symptoms that people could go, oh, this is cystic fibrosis, maybe after some few years. So micromoles per litre of sweat test could really show whether any challenge exists such. But it really is a high cortisol stress during pregnancy, which kind of exacerbated the condition, more in utero. And I think that you're getting a bit of a picture, and maybe might I say just something a tiny bit about cortisol and the thyroid, and we'll just see how we go. But if you're thinking about children, parenting, kids, and caregivers, can be noted that if somebody is nose breathing or the mouth breathing is going to exacerbate all sorts of thyroid types of conditions. When someone snores and breathes through their mouth, this is going to really impact the thyroid and all the organs, and also the artery's diameter, because carbon dioxide is a smooth muscle dilator. And if you're mouth breathing, you're breathing off all your carbon dioxide. So how's your blood vessels going to dilate, meaning open up? For instance, when you sleep, you've got a rapid eye movement, like non-REM stage. And during that non-REM stage, the blood vessels open up, you see. They go from 1 to 2 sort of millimetres, more or less, to 3 to 4 millimetres, increasing the flow rate sort of during sleep, which is supposed to be your temperature dropping all the way through your sleep until you wake in the morning. But greater than 100 metres, 100 centimetres per second, really, a reduced peripheral resistance could be. It's the cause really of also anemia and these things, because when you sleep, it's the only moment in time that you're able to break down substance which is not meant to be there. But what happens when your body can't detox? It often then is disrupted from its capacity to be able to provide nutrient to actually absorb new element as well, like iron, for instance, in anemia. And so what to do but to actually assist to help the pancreas have the proper function so as you can absorb more iron. And like the life colloid that we have really has plenty of iron in it. A lot of material is not not properly dissolved in the body and blood, and every 15 minutes it's passing through the thyroid, and it can cause neoplasm where tissue, where substance really isn't being broken down or cleared away. This is similar to what the pancreas is, where stone is always forming more in the pancreas, where people have got dead food, which is high phosphate and high methionine. Otherwise, you've got elevated thyroid-stimulating hormone. It's typical, meaning that something is underactive slightly with the thyroid and needs to actually give it a bit more of a message. And hormones, a hormone that's associated with it is languaging, for instance, and parenting more from a chronic polarization in behaviour. Like I don't want country tribe, but must only, never, always. And always not being able to know who's this going to or who's this coming from, because there's a real lack of referential index going on where somebody is, and they're not really in balance. But a balanced person will sort of really get information internal and external, and then also their orientation is more inside and outside, more 50-50 as well, versus being stuck on the outside rather than being able to get inside. Rather than having positive things to be focused on, which you should, because what's the benefit of things framed adversity, where high cortisol will always really unchecked is really a condition of limited mind function, restricting the conversion of T4, which is thyroxine, to active forms of thyroxine T3. And so Cushing's syndrome, which is drying out and all things, is really an example of cystic fibrosis. And it's really low sodium in the blood because it's all being excreted. And it's really, you could see stones in the thyroid and the very, very high stress, but if you manage the stress, you can really help heal up thyroid and things like that. But a slow fatty hump could have been from between the shoulders, and the face starts to look more rounded and scratch marks more purpley. And hypothyroidism really excretes 13 different neurotoxins, which is metabolized where we're not, we're at the condition of pituitary activity too slow, or of an increased condition where cortisol is, it can exhaust the adrenal glands and cause overall adrenal burnout, for instance. So polarization of metal responding, meaning sorting for the opposite doesn't fit, and what's obscure, for instance, or not being able to exit, produces high levels of adrenocorticotropic hormone, which is stress. And then that impacts the pineal gland, causing it to more solidify with calcium and be cemented. But by 3 p.m., body in the afternoon can have been ready to crash or to relax, because it's typical that bile is flowing, and that's a moment that would have to assist to help with eating and consuming things naturally. But the heat resistance of the imbalance and a palpation going on where you can sense anxiety and muscle weakness and excessive sort of stress response, having been more hardwired. So it always is just natural, rather than somebody being congruent in their processing. They always are sorting with a don't want, can't should, try but must only. And this really impacts the thyroid and the kidneys and the pancreas, like we're saying. And cortisol dehydrates by robbing sodium from the body, and it gets excreted, like we're talking about, and robs magnesium also. And so the body really isn't able to detox, and 250 milligrams to 600 milligrams of digestive aid, for instance, small amount of wild thyme, EGT, or reduced levels of other herbs. And also the use of lemon bicarb shot, which you could learn about, is really better support and things which can be for the pancreas to help heal up cystic fibrosis and getting rid of the root cause of it. But it's a disorder of autism, and cystic fibrosis is behind a lot of this, where somebody is excessive saliva or not enough. and the lesions of the bladder glands are there present often, and the pancreas also, where a thickening of mucus won't let the proper reabsorption be, and like the lining of the uterus, for instance, in endometriosis, it's supposed to be reabsorbed, but when it's not, it can, wreak havoc more on the body. But the pelvic area, for instance, for her, is supposed to be a pH of 3.9 exact, and what happens when that's not, because the colon is so, not in the proper pH at all. So it's a usual thing which might call it from the mouth and from the vagina, find their way more into the newborn. And so to show this and to make sense, of course, tissue really can be so not able to be nourished, as I said, because fluids could be thickened, and what to do to thin them. This is what life hydrate is, and life food as well, as you could learn more about this. And then learn how to monophasic diet, where we're more monophasic, and learn, more as to eat once a day overall. Tissue thickens otherwise, and then the pancreas does also, and the uterus and prostate all sort of somewhat can hemorrhage, and excessive nutrient or ends up getting broken down and coming to be more estrogenic as a typical, and it's because of estrogen sort of dependent types of conditions of insulin not being able to be sensitized to produce and absorb excessive amounts of hydrogen from the blood, and blood under the state of cortisol really is a fibrocystic cover of condition ongoing, and iron deficiency is really a lack of sodium regulation, and so you've got to really bring that sun-dried ocean wind evaporated salt in, and learn about Jupp's solid utilization, which I think is really pretty amazing. And
First, I'm gonna warm up. Alright. Where am I gonna warm up though? I'm gonna warm up on a castle. Broken down castle wall to climb over. Nice. Exactly what I was looking for. Check. Roof of mouth, back of throat. Roof of mouth, and back of mouth, and back of throat. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Open format. Open throat. Open throat. Shit. Add distortion. Oh wait. Note to fry upscale. Note to false downscale. Note to fry upscale. Note to false downscale. Okay. So that Lundos, I'm supposed to push on the side of the fret, right? Like right where the piece of metal is. My finger touches that. really.
Usually in the middle.
Yee! Ooh. Some ting to it.
Hey, Master Bo.
Nice to see you on stream, sir.
You still in
That boxing? Are you still training at the boxing gym, bro? I want to come by. I got a book I can bring and teach. Teach from the book. Where was I? Gia. Oh, he's excited to see me. That's not cap. Gia! Jamaica Boxing Club. Alright, bet.
Lundos, you can talk trash to me when you have your own YouTube channel and you play songs for kids. We Gia did that. Okay. It's the guitar playing is what's wrong. My guitar is so bad. My guitar playing is so bad
that I can't warm up. And so, why am I quitting though? Oh boy, just chugged that. Alright, so sheesh.
You don't like your life as much. And the reason for this is a hormone called prolactin. So when you ejaculate, your prolactin levels soar, and this causes essentially the orgasm hangover. The will you respect me in the morning thing? No, because my prolactin levels are high and they hack my brain. I'm lower dopamine, things are not as good. I didn't know this, I didn't recognize this, but I tracked my daily happiness for a year. I ran the 30-day experiments multiple times, and I ran the ejaculate whenever you want. What we find is really straightforward if you have a regular partner. The less you ejaculate, the more you make love. Can we go again? And because you're not focused on ejaculating, like, can we just go for 2 hours this time? And like, since I know I'm not going to ejaculate today, what else am I going to do? I'm going to make her come over and over and over.
Yo!
So she can't speak. Part of the difficulty for me is I scoured the literature, and Taoism, all they say is a woman walks away undiminished. So I calculated the ideal number of orgasms and frequency for women, and it took a lot of research, but I finally got it. And it's the number of orgasms until the woman feels like she's going to die, plus 2.
Okay. Alright, let's see. Pictures. Alright, I got 3 songs to sing. I'm not going to sing them all, I'm just saying I have a choice of 3. Do you have to go? Does your tummy tell you so? Did you feel a little rumble like your That's going to be too hard. Princesses pee-pee on the potty. Firefighters pee-pee on the potty. Ballerinas pee-pee on the potty. And you can too. Flush, flush, flush. That's a good one. Or I'm a big kid, I can go pee-pee on the potty. P-O-T-T-Y, 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 I'm ready for the potty. I wipe and flush each time I go pee-pee on the potty. P-O-T-T-Y, 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 I pee-pee on the potty. Princesses pee-pee on the potty. Firefighters pee-pee on the potty. Ballerinas pee-pee on the potty. And you can too. Which one? Those are my two choices. I'm a big kid, I can go pee-pee on the potty. P-O-T-T-Y, P-O-T-T-Y, P-O-T-T-Y. I'm ready for the party! Ooh, that one would have a good breakdown. I might have to do that one. Yeah, that's the one, because it's going to have the breakdown. Alright. I'm a big kid, I can... I'm a big kid. I'm a big kid. I'm a big kid. Check.
Check.
A lot of reverb in here. What is that? What's with the reverb? Drum and bass, drums only.
Why are you ringing?
I'm a beacon, I can go. 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 I'm a beacon, I can go.
gonna lie, it's pretty frustrating to not have it. I don't know, what is that? Reverb, right? It's gotta be the reverb. Check. I can't believe I just quit. I just quit like that. Oh man. Can't believe I just quit like that. I can't quit. I can't quit like that.
I'm a big kid, I can go, I can go. I'm a big kid, I can go. Big baby on a party. I'm a big kid, I can go. Baby on a party. Baby on a party. Check. 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 I'm a big kid, I can go. Baby on the party. I'm a big kid, I can go. Baby on the party. I'm a big kid, I can go. Baby on the party. I'm a big kid, I can go. Baby on the party. I wipe and flush each time I go. I wipe and flush each time I go. Baby on the party. I wash my hands after I go. Baby on the party. I wash my hands each time. I wash my hands after I go. Baby on the party. Let's clap our hands and celebrate. I went to the party. I hope my vocals came in loud enough because I can't use the microphone. It just rings too much. As soon as I turn it on, watch. What if I sing? I can go. I'm a big kid, I can go.
Gotta keep singing.
I wipe and flush each time I go. I wash my hands after I wash. I wash my hands after I go. I wash my hands after I wash my hands after I go. I wash my hands after I go. Let's clap our hands and celebrate. I went to the party. Yeah. Let's clap our hands and celebrate. I went to the party. That's pretty bad, huh? Holy shit. The freak? Taking a walk, right? Fuck this fucking fight! Fucking guitar! Holy. I can't work like this. Woo. Bro. Alright. I got paid finally. So I'm going to renew my Midjourney. It was $10 a month, and you only get a certain amount of, work out of it. So the thing is, I ran out quick. I'm not even like, I think the 24th it renews. I gotta wait 10 more. See, usage details. 3 hours. Limited generations, 200 a month. Billing and payment, $10 a month. Standard plan. Alright, let me take this off this screen so you guys can't see it. And I'm going to do the $30 a month. Swap immediately with proration. Amount due, $32. $33, Lundos. Confirm change. Change confirming. Change confirmed. Edit billing. Let me just see. Which billing did I use? Okay, I took it out of my bank account. I was hoping it would give me the option. Oh well. Oh, there it is, 5/14 today, Midjourney. $33. Alright, go to work. Okay, let's see. Midjourney bot. What do we got here? $9:33. Your plan change has been processed and fast hours refreshed. Okay. This is called Midjourney, Londos. I'm using it to help me write my book. Let me get a quick sip of water. All right. RFK has worms in his brain. Okay. We all do. I felt one. If I got it, you got it. At least he got his out, though. So, where's my book? Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is... What song by Phil Collins? Rick, what song by Phil Collins? I'll put it on the list. Phil Collins' greatest hits. One More Night, that's a good one. True Colors is Phil Collins? No, that's the girl. True colors shining through. True colors, and that's how I love you. Isn't that Cyndi Lauper? Another day for you and me. Susudio, ugh. Some of his songs aren't good though, bro. I'll have to go. This Is Everything? Damn. Easy Lover. Ooh, I'm putting that in there. Easy Lover. She's an easy lover. You gotta hold on, you believe it. Believe it. Okay, so in the beginning there was nothing, then the balance of creation, destruction, and then the balance of creation and destruction, which then turned into the ring. Okay. Okay. Phoenix Springs, right? Explosion with Ring. In the beginning, Midjourney, 2 picks. So this is kind of like what I got so far. In the beginning, there was nothing. Then the balance of creation and destruction, which then turned into the ring. Okay. So in the beginning, there's nothing. Something like that. The waters of the universe. And... okay, explosion with the ring. There's an explosion here. Oh, this one's cool. It's got a ring coming out of it. More of a ring, right? Oh, I think this is the one though. I think this is the one. I do need a kind of a yin yang though. I thought I had that. Let's see on my Midjourney. Let's see. Master Lucky's Midjourney. Okay. Oh, I need one of these. See? Ooh. Yo. This Midjourney is, oof, look at that. Yo. How cool. Look at this one. What? Why don't I see my kids and make them a book? Not seeing your kids is bullshit, Luke. Get over yourself. Okay. Care to elaborate? I mean, you're not saying anything that I don't know. Which one of these? This kind of is for them. You know, the menu part anyway. I neglect my kids. Yeah, abandon, neglect. Get over it and see your kids. Okay. I mean, I do see them, but they don't really want to at this point. It's been too long, bro. Stop being a coward. That would be nice. That actually would be nice. In general. For my whole life, not, you know, for everything. Yo. Yeah, it's accurate. Jelly leg. They call me jelly leg. I mean, it's more of a sport. You can't wait on your kids to make it right. You're the dad. Yeah. But I don't know if you're right on that. That part, I don't know if you're right on. Ooh, spiral or hole? Yep. Stop with all this pipe dream horseshit and get a real job and take care of your kids. Well, they don't need me to take care of them. I mean, the old one is going to be a senior in high school, and he makes more money than me. He's going to be a pilot. They start off at 150 grand a year. He's got his schooling lined up. You know, that conversation should have been had in 2000 and like probably 10, 12, 14 the latest. So that's like telling somebody don't have Tourette's. I mean, I'm basically a handicap. Stop living off your dad. Take care of your kids. See them. Yeah, I would like to see them. They, first of all, they're too busy. They don't want to see me. And then second of all, you know, what's seeing them? How am I going to see them? Be a man. That's fair. Anybody can play gum all day. Okay, I don't know. Oh, play gym all day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty much. Just so many good ones here. Which one do I gotta go with? Did I do this one yet? Did that already. Alright. You think it's the Canadian girl? What is that? What is there? Let's see. If I go to YouTube, the time you spend with Doyle can go to your kids. Yeah, if they weren't busy or you know if they wanted to. Let's see here. Mute this. Sir Doyle, okay. This tweet is brought to you by a total something something. Scout recruit. Okay. If they don't want to see you, why do they want to see that? Ask and ask again. Then ask again. You've given up and make excuses. Oh, why do you say that? If they want to see you, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. They don't want to see me, so what am I going to do? I ruined it. I gave up and made excuses, pretty much. Pretty much. And it's easy to say, but you know, if they don't like me, they're better off without me. What do I have to offer them? Can't feed them. They don't want to hang out with me. Don't have any money. They have other activities that they do. They have, you know, a new family, so I'm just a burden to them. D never gives up. Okay, so alright, where was I? D wouldn't let that stop him. Who's D? D sounds like a good guy. Do you mean V from V for Vendetta? Okay. So now I'm about he diagnosed me with depression. Oh man. I was diagnosed with depression 30 years ago. You must be new here. Oh God. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay. Hey, you've been right. Maybe it's in my Instagram. Let's see. Should. Check Facebook. Oh, wait a second. What the fuck? The page could not be loaded. What? Let me try my... Something messed up on my Instagram? Alright, so let's fix this. Okay. There's 1, 2, ooh, and 3. Oh. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2. Ooh. Is that the one? And 3. Anyway, I don't have to decide right now, but I can save. Let's see. Gladiator 1. You like that, Jenny? It's from Midjourney. I'll call this Gladiator 2. Alright, now, so in this book, we're looking at this. Within the ring exists the battle of warriors, after which one stands victorious over the other defeated. Now we go. Ancient masters practiced and taught martial arts for self-protection as part of a healthy spiritual practice. The temple priest stands over the monk who is doing push-ups. All right. Now, I can get pretty detailed with this. But basically what I do is imagine slash and then hit enter. Whoops, no, it's slash imagine. Okay. And then I'm going to type in Alright, in ancient, no, this goes, drawn in the style of comic artist Jim Lee. A Taoist priest stands over a monk doing push-ups in the bright midday sun. In the courtyard of the Dragon Temple in the middle of a giant tree forest in the... What do you think? Control C, enter. Ew. What is that? Bacterium? We could pour some hot water on a tea bag. Forgot my cup. Oh, yo, that looks cool. Alright, let's take a look here. Ooh. Did I... Over a monk. Drawn in the style of comic artist Jim Lee, a Taoist priest stands yelling over a monk who is struggling in the push-up position in the middle of the Dragon Temple courtyard. In the middle of a giant tree forest. In the bright midday sun. Yeah, it's AI, Jenny. It's called Midjourney. It works through Discord. So I'm using Discord and so you're offline, Lukey? What do you mean? Whoa. Where's... What do you mean I'm offline? Imagine. Control V. He was supposed to come today. He called me at 7:30 asking if I wanted to do the show. I said, I told you at 3 o'clock. So we'll try to do it tomorrow or something. Drawn in the style of comic artist Jim Lee, a Taoist priest stands at the head of a young monk who is in the courtyard of the Dragon Temple that is on a mountain surrounded by a giant tree forest. Stands in the bright midday sun. Drawn in the style of comic artist Jim Lee, a Taoist priest stands in the bright midday sun at the head of a young monk who's doing push-ups in the courtyard of the Dragon Temple. Which is on the side, which is sticking out of the side of a mountain surrounded by a giant tree forest. Control C. see. Alright, let's see here. Alright, none of these are good, man. Do this, and then this one was okay. See, these are all costing hours. I mean, you gotta do it. It's just, you know, super pretty though. Imagine living here. I didn't like any of those. Let's do a variation on this one. When you do a variation, it put these on. Boodaloo. Check, check. Let's see what we got. It's like opening Christmas presents. NG. Oh, here we go. We're getting somewhere. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do all of these three. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. Gives you variations of everything. Okay, we're gonna go upscale creative. Oh no, not fuck. Let me cancel that. What is this? Upscale creative. Cancel that. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to vary strong and also very subtle. Let's see what we got here. This one ain't bad, but I'm trying to, yeah, this one actually looks pretty cool. I'm trying to get one that looks like this. So if I overlay, right? If I go like, you know, if you're in the book and you turn the page or you go from one picture to the next, it's like, oh, Robbie. Let's see. Can I pick that up on here? No, I don't have my... Hey, Robbie.
What's up? Are you alright?
Yeah, you know, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to use the check that you sent because, well, not worried, but I was gonna mail it back to you because Life Force Certified is not actually a business. It doesn't have that name anywhere. The certification that I have is Life Food. It's one word, but even that is not listed on anywhere except Google. Like I don't have an account with that name on it, or you would have had to write it to me personally. But I brought it to my bank anyway, and did the electronic. I put it in the ATM, and that was like a couple hours ago. So I think it might have went through.
The ATM.
Yeah, you could put a check right into the ATM.
Well, like you said, it's not like doing it over with a live person. It's the machine, like you just said, it's not going to register. So,
Well, the money's in my account. I'm just looking at my online, account, and it's in there.
okay. You
So I
know,
guess I guess it worked.
yeah, I know. I didn't.
Thank you, bro.
What? What?
I said thank you. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it.
No, no. Thank you. That was. It's really. It was. It's only half of. You know. It's only half of what I could have sent you because the whole month is at least $1,000. But and then of course because I used to live with you before, which um is nothing. But um. I, yeah. No, that's really no problem. I just was worried. You could. I wasn't even calling right now with that because you got off the chat um and
Huh?
it's just your screen. So I just calling to see if
I'm not online right now. I think I.
no, but I don't know about right now, but
Oh,
a few minutes ago, yeah, it was just your screen and it just stopped. I don't know if
what?
that's usually do that, but
Really? Hold on. Let me check.
shit. Okay.
Looks like it's still
Yeah, no, I see it now. I just
okay. All right. No, I was just making sure.
yeah, when I called you, well, that's what I called you.
That's weird.
Maybe your digital time right now, but
Okay.
no, yeah, I was just wondering that you can use it or if you.
Well, how do I say this? I'm holding money. I'm holding somebody else's money because they needed me to sign on as their social security payee. So I don't actually have any money of my own, but I have money in that account, in that bank account that's not mine. And I dipped into it, when I kind of like ran out of money last month. So it's definitely going to be used.
Yeah, whatever you can use it. I just want to make sure that if you didn't use it, then if you I can um I didn't want to go to waste. That's all. So I just making sure that you process it. If you couldn't, that's why I just want to make sure. So
Okay.
I can even try again, but it just uh if you can't, you'll point out. I don't know. I guess next day or two, if it doesn't.
Yeah.
If you don't see it moving, or if it
Yeah, I was thinking about it. They probably don't even read those things. It's all like based on the numbers and the digital stuff. Probably good, bro.
well, if it stops or something, then just tell me.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you can process it. That's all. I don't want to. But the thing with those
Yeah.
I said in the next 2 days, if it changes, just tell me. That's all.
Yeah, the reason why I didn't do it right away was because I wasn't sure if it was gonna work because of the name. And now actually got the envelope ready. I was about to send it out. I was like, you know what? Let me just try. This way I don't have to add a step if we don't need it. So I went to the post office. I said, hey, this isn't my name, but it's my address. And she said, oh, well, I think I'd be okay with that. But the post office didn't even have any money to cash the check. So the second post office I went to in Rockville Center, the girl told me, you could just take it to your bank and deposit it.
Yeah. No, you would.
So
Yeah, that's.
I wrote to the ATM. To the ATM in Garden City.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You the man.
No, that's all right. I'm sorry it took so long. But all that crap. And $500 is nothing. Like I said, it's nothing. I just.
Okay, rich Uncle Robbie.
Okay.
Okay.
You think you can try the tincture, or just wait on that? Because
I'll
I
try
searched
it.
up today about vitamins. It's a whole liquid tincture. It's not a supplement. I think
Yeah.
it's whole, right? It's just straight silver. It's not
hmm I'll try it.
yeah.
It's in my
It's
fridge right now.
that's I think one of the strongest ones. It's a half dose. It's the better quality because it's a dark syrup instead of the white one. And you're supposed to take 500, but that's only 250, I think. But if you could please try it and go to sleep after that. But
Hmm.
yeah, I know you.
Right.
I know you were doing your enema. You couldn't really um, get to sleep because I know it's kind of awkward. But
Yeah, I'm doing a phone call tonight with Dr. Jubb at midnight, so I am gonna sleep, but it'll be late. Oh God.
yeah, I'm just trying to. If you could take it before we go to sleep, that's all.
All right.
Whenever you can do that, that would be great.
Okay.
Um, uh, but yeah, so that doesn't. It sounds good, but if it stops, which might happen because the bank, it will just tell me.
Okay.
And so this is the number. This is my other phone is completely off. That's why I called you today.
Okay.
So I couldn't even
I'll
call
save
you with
this
the
one.
old number. But
Yeah.
245. Right. So I'll let you go and
Alright, I'll put you in as this number then. This is your new number.
yeah, I might have to return the phone next week, but this is the phone for now.
Alright, Robert. Thanks again, brother.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
talk to you soon.
Okay. Have a good night. Bye bye.
Alright, later. Okay, my last tea bag. Egyptian licorice. So this is the best one so far. It's not even that good compared to what I want. Let's go. Really is nice. Like he's a tree. This one's pretty cool. Oh man. Oh. Okay. Oh. Very. These are really cool. I just want them to look like it could blend, like so. Like the monk would have to be on one side, but closer to the camera than the guy on the floor. Oh man. See, this one's pretty good. These are pretty good too. Okay. Hmm. All right. I'll give you, I'll give you, for instance, to Scout. I don't know if he's still in the chat. Friday, my son texted me. He doesn't answer my text, but he texted me that he wants me to take him to tennis and pay for the lesson. So this happened before. I go, I drive, I pick him up in my parents' car because I don't have a car because I don't have a job. So that part you're right about. Not a good father. And he won't talk to me. He won't talk to me on the ride there. You know, he'll be either on his phone or just sitting there silent. Can't get a word out of him. You know, what's the word? Brief responses. You know, because he's a teenager too, but also he doesn't like me. He just, you know, needs my help for that particular day. But you know, anytime I can get with him, try try to try to be there for him. Man, these push-ups are hurting. Look at this guy. This is a good one. Just do it. Like Nike, I am doing it. I'm picking him up on Friday with my dad's car. I'm gonna try. No, I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna have to get it from my dad. Get the car on Friday morning, and I gotta babysit till noon. Go take Cherry to get her nails done. And this is the one day that I gotta borrow my dad's car. And then drop her off by 4 so I can get up to Bayville by 5:30 and take him to Glenhead. I think it's 5:30. I'm just saying because you know you think that I could just go there and see them, but they got a lot of stuff to do. Their mom's got them on a strict schedule. They barely have any time for their friends. And when I say friends, I'm including video games. Like Zach's a junior, so his schedule I think is opening up a little bit. But Max, he doesn't get home till 7 p.m. You know, he does homework and stuff. It's not like I could just go see them. They got friends on the weekend. Like they don't want to hang out with me. They're teenagers, so it's not like I could just like go be their dad again. It's like, you know, that's over. Man, these guys are hurting down here. Holy. I guess that was the one. This one though. All right, what do we got? One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Yo, these are good though. But and I think I can upgrade them. Show up for games and events. Yeah, it's pretty sad, isn't it? Alright, there's one. Fucking cool, man. What happens when you go subtle? So cool, man. Oh, taking a little while, huh? Mm-hmm. 78%. Okay. This one's 93%. Okay, so that's not done. What the heck? Here it is. Okay. Sweet. Upscaled subtle. Ooh, this one's even better. Shoot, should have saved this one instead. Okay. This one's got the birds. This one, no birds. Birds. Ooh-wee. No birds. Definitely birds. Or whatever that is. Paper. Nah. Mm, maybe. Alright. Okay. So 1, 2. Did that already. 3, 4. Is this the same? It's the same. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I think this is actually the one. If we go from here, did I deleted? I turned the picture off. Whatever. There we go. From here to here. From here to here. Right? Yeah, that's pretty much it. But maybe I should zoom out. I can't zoom out? Oh, I can't zoom out. I don't get it. Oh, I gotta up. I gotta. What do I gotta do? Hello? Where's the zoom out? You see? Look, this one has it. Zoom out. How come this one doesn't have zoom out? I don't get it. Is this the one? This is the one. Which one is it? This one, okay. This song's stuck in my head now. Okay, here we go. Zoom out. Oh. Doing both since I'm paying for it. Oh, zoom out. Here we go. Yo. Nice. Ooh. Which one is this? Upscale. But they all kind of look the same though. This one is this one's the best. And I don't like any of these. I like this one though. Alright, this should be it. Falling asleep. Damn. We got a 12 o'clock call too. On God. What's this? Oh, the Barry one. Damn. This is no good. Alright. I mean, that's really gonna have to be it. Okay. What are you gonna call this? Um, and this is gonna be temple, priest, standing over monk. So basically we go from this to this. Something like that. Okay? Next. This is a good one though. Damn. Let me and Moink. Here we go. To this. Oh, never mind. I already got one. Okay, X that. Here we go. The monk stands in between two people who are arguing to stop them from fighting. Oh. Oh, look at that. The monk stands in between two people who are arguing to stop them from fighting. Cool. So we go back to my conversation with the bot. And we do a new one. Imagine all the okay, now hold on. Drawn in the style of 1990s American comic books. I don't even know what that means. A fight between two men in the middle of a busy outdoor market is broken up by a bald Shaolin monk. Right? Control C for copy, and let's just get an initial run and see how this works. Anything cool comes out of it. Any viewers? Oops. 3 viewers. Alright, let's do it. I gotta get rid of these pants. They're too tight in the crotch. And that's not for any reason than they're not made right. Alright, totally wrong. A Shaolin monk breaking up a fight between two men in the middle of a busy outdoor market. Next to a big port of ships. I don't know. It's kind of something that I saw in a movie with Jet Li, I think. Okay. Who's D? Who is D-E-E? Oh, what? D1? Is it D1? Your story is your glory. And that's not it. Alright. Gotta lock in here. Drawn in comic 1990s Jim Lee comic book style. Two young men, because they're going to get trained after this, two young men wearing suits are yelling at each other, and a Shaolin monk is standing in between them, trying to hold them apart from fighting. What do you think? Wearing business suits. Whoa, I don't know what that was. Copy. What? Nah. All right. I think it got the, this is a cool, like, this one's pretty cool. This first one. It's just not really. Two young men are standing across from each other in a crowded outdoor market. And yelling aggressively, while a bald Shaolin monk wearing a robe stands in between them to prevent them from fighting. Two young men wearing business suits. Two young men, let's try this, who just got off from work. You bored, Londos? Well, I'm only going to be on for another hour, and then I'm doing a call with Dr. Jubb. Oh, man. You ain't kidding, man. Oh, shoot, I forgot to say drawn in the... Yo, man is jacked. Alright, we gotta do the business suits, and we gotta say drawn by Jim Lee. Two young men who just got off from work, so they are still wearing their suits from the job. Drawn in comic book artist Jim Lee style. Let's try this again. Control C.
Code that I know at 34 that I wish I knew at 24. Anything worth doing takes exceptionally longer than you expect it to. And until you've worked 1,000 hours on one single project, you don't even understand the amount of work that it takes to make something great. And by extension, why you can really not do many things at all if you want them to be worth doing. Cheat code that I know at 34 that...
Alright. This is it? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Let's try it again.
Let's go.
Jim Lee with 2 E. Two young men who just got off from work, who's still wearing their suits from their job. It's
1900s, the early 20th century in New York City. And two young men who just got off work. So they're still wearing their suits from their jobs. Are standing while a bald Shaolin monk wearing a robe steps right in between them. Hey, Matt. And pushes them apart by extending his arms to prevent them from fighting. Oh, how you doing, man? I got this book that I'm writing, and so I'm using AI to generate the art. So far, there was nothing. So first there was nothing, then there was the yin yang swirling, and then an explosion, and out of the explosion comes the logo, the ring, and then inside the ring is two gladiators that fought. One is dead on the floor and the other one's standing over him looking sad. Then the next picture is this here. So instead of the warrior standing over the dead warrior that he just killed, you have the teacher standing over the student doing push-ups. Now what I'm trying to draw now using AI is basically the student who's breaking up a fight. I'm not getting the wording right though. This is the introduction to the martial arts part of the book. I'll show you. I'm glad to hear that, bro, that you're doing well. The monk stands in between two people who are arguing to stop them from fighting. Then the monk is standing over the two people now doing push-ups together. And then all three share a meal together and smiling and laughing. Then we got, so that's like the introduction to martial arts. Then we got the business of fighting. You have the Roman emperor watching the gladiators. You have a horsehair boxing glove boxer who's leaving the ring on a stretcher. So basically like the 30s, the 1930s or something. And then a boxer leaving the ring on a stretcher. Then you have a football player leaving on a stretcher. And then on the page, I'm going to have a sidebar with an interview with Dr. Bennett Omalu. Dr. Bennett Omalu is who Will Smith played in the movie Concussion. Then I'm going to upload a picture probably of me getting grounded and pounded in the UFC. And then put that through AI. So I don't get like a copyright strike or whatever. And then it's going to show me living in the gym or maybe a monk living in the temple. Just kind of thinking out loud. And then somehow me creating the League of Champions. This is all the introduction. The dangers of modern MMA. And then we get into the mythical beasts. This book is called MMA Black Belt. And so it's got the first 5 mythical beasts. The bull Pegasus, the land shark, the living phoenix, the flying spider. The flying spider, this one's going to take a while because I basically am trying to come up with or write down and describe and demonstrate and include in the book all the jiu-jitsu moves to get to blue belt, but only the ones that you use for MMA. So you have Flying Spider, BJJ, blue belt level, and you have a Venn diagram. BJJ, self-defense, and MMA, where those circles meet in the middle. So I'm running all these moves by my coach, who's a black belt and a really great grappler. And so basically, I want somebody who's following this, training method to have enough moves that they can battle with BJJ blue belts. Somebody who's a flying spider in Master Luki's League of Champions should be able to fight against blue belts in grappling tournaments just by using the moves in this book. That's the idea. And then the fifth mythical beast, the four-armed werewolf, that's where we're going to talk about sparring regulations. And then we got the other side of the book, which is the Master Luki menu. Thanks for sticking up for me, Matt. I think he might be trolling, though. I don't know if that counts. Are Masons allowed to troll? Okay, drawn in comic book artist Jim Lee's style. Two young men... Wait, we gotta go. It's early 20th century New York Harbor, and there's New York Harbor. It's early 20th century. In New York at an outdoor market next to the harbor. There we go. And two young men who just got off from work, so they're still wearing their suits from the job, are standing in front of oh yeah, Matt, moving up in the world. Congrats, bro. Oh, the student has become the teacher, Londos. Haha. Are standing in front of each other and yelling standing in front of each other and yelling. Then and yelling, period. Whoops. Semicolon. A bald Shaolin monk wearing a robe steps in between them and extends his arms to separate them, separate and prevent them from fighting. Saddleback Lodge in Lake Forest. Lake Forest, California. There you go. Saddleback Laguna Lodge. 672. There it is. Saddleback Laguna. Wow, you got a Facebook page and everything. Sons of Italy. Oh, okay. 33 likes. Now accepting new members. Nice, bro. Which one are you? Oh man, he's gonna rat on you, Londos. Okay. Control C. Yeah, I'm not in the Masons. So, he can kill me, right? I don't get no respect. Drawn in comic book artist Jim Lee's style. It's the early 20th century in New York City at an outdoor market next to the harbor, and two young men we'll leave out the young men because maybe they're old. And two men wearing suits are standing in front of each other and yelling. A bald Shaolin monk wearing a robe steps in between them and extends his arms to separate and prevent them from fighting. Control C. Enter. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to judge the Masons. I thought it's like them, it's like us versus the world type of thing. Matinecock Lodge, Oyster Bay. See, I know it's in Oyster Bay. So, this was TR's lodge, or this was his house? I know he has a house. Oh. Yo. What's that called? Old something or other? That's the lodge of him. Raised to a master mason April 24th, 1901. That's my son's birthday, April 24th. Oh man, it's just not even close. I mean, it's kind of close, but drawn in color, full color, and the style of comic book artist Jim Lee. Early 20th century, New York City. At an outdoor market next to the harbor. Two men wearing suits are standing in front of each other and yelling. A bald Shaolin monk wearing a robe steps in between them and extends his arms to separate and prevent them from fighting. This is. I don't know why it's not giving me. Yeah, my son's a Taurus. He he actually was a scheduled C-section because my first son was an emergency C-section. So after the the mom gets a C-section, they usually schedule a C for the next one because they're like, oh yeah, the scar is gonna burst open or something. So, Max is his name, my second born. He was conceived at such a time that his birthday was gonna be basically on my birthday. Man, it's not even close. And so at one point we were gonna have the same birthday because I just was like, oh, why don't we just schedule it for April 27th? And she was like, all right. But then as it got closer, I was like, oh, wait a second. I don't want to take away from his birthday, by making it our birthday. So I was like, oh, can you change the C-section date? I said that to my wife. She was so pissed. Oh my God. I think she was so pissed that she went into labor and held it in. Oh, hold on. We got something. She went into labor and held it in. This is it. This is what I was looking for right here. Finally. That's number 2. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Oh my God. Oh man. Let me upgrade it and then I can do very subtle and very strong. Cause this, I like how this is like, whatever that thing is in the back. No. But yo, this guy's pissed. Look. He's doing the Super Saiyan. Number 3, maybe. And I am a butthole. Hey, everybody's a butthole. Everybody's got their okay, hold on. Oh, here we go. Upgrade 3. Why is everybody bald though? Alright, if I go to the original one that was kind of decent, right? yelling at each other. I mean, everybody's yeah, everybody's yelling. That's what I meant to say. But everybody's bald. It's not really gonna work. Look at his fist. That's cool. I like that. All right. Let's see. Jordan full color. Two men, two young men. And are not bald. Wearing nice expensive suits. A bald Shaolin monk wearing a tattered robe. Yeah. Control C. Enter. Is this? That's not it. This is it. What the? Tell me this guy's gonna be a greenhead. Okay. None of these are good. What? I said they're not bald. Come on, bro. That was a waste of time. Two young men wearing nice, expensive, wearing three-piece suits and have full heads of hair. Okay. I will not fight with a brother. Mookie is a valid target. He knows it. I guess, man. I guess I don't know the secret handshakes. Everybody calls me buddy. I'm not a brother. I'm undeserving of any thing. This come on, bro, really? Nah. Come on, man. Help me out here. Help me. Help me out, man. This one's actually not bad. Let me upgrade that one. Very subtle, very strong. rights, lights, and privileges of the craft. Alright. You're a good man, Matt. Good man, you don't take no guff. You the man. Did I zoom out of this one? Which one of these? Hmm. This one's pretty good. I mean, it's getting there, right? I'd say it's kind of getting there. This, I don't know. This might not be the move. Might just let this one go. Everybody's bald. Thanks, Matt. I'm trying to get the language down. Oh, here we go. We got something here. Boom, boom. Man, cool story, bruh. Look, he's saying, look, that guy over there messed with me. And this guy say, hey, it's not worth it, bro. Hey. Oh god, I'm gonna be up for another hour or two. This fucking sucks. This is pretty good though. This guy right here. How much is this? I just paid $30 a month, but it's limited generations. Alright, these aren't good. This one's decent though. Very strong, very subtle. Very strong, very subtle. Same, very strong, very subtle. Alright. So now I can take the ones that I like and I'll put them in a message to myself away from all the other ones. I don't like that one. Did I save this one? I had to have. Yeah, upgrade 1, upgrade 2, yeah. Okay. So here's 1. Alright. Send that. Here's 2. Send that. Okay. It actually looks like they're breaking up a fight. Upgrade 1. Nothing here. Not really. Doesn't look like they're breaking up a fight. You know? Alright, one more try. Steps in between them and extends his arms out to push them away from each other by their chests. So I before E except after C. Deer. No, that's not right. I didn't read the first time. Sheesh. close. Do I have anything good so far? I think so, right? That's decent. No. That's decent. That's decent. Okay. So I'll go. Um, Everything is discreet. Right. The code. Not that I know anything about that. I'm just saying. Makes sense. Damn, these are really bad. But this, that'll do. Boom. It'll be number one. Upgrade number one. I don't even think I need to try like anymore. Upscale creative, upscale subtle. Holy. Oh man. Alright, so let's see this one or this one. I like that one better. Yeah, this one. So we go web. Should be over here. Yeah, I'm interviewing Dr. Job in 15 minutes. 15 minutos. Which reminds me, I should text him. I just texted him. I'll call him soon. Okay. So we got that one. I'm not doing this one. What did we do? We did. Losing track of all these things. Hold on. This one. Ooh. Or this one. 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 Dr. Job wants to have questions from the audience. Also, let's see here. No questions yet. I have a couple of questions from other people. What Dr. Jubb said was calls and questions about subject sodium chloride channel and behavior conditions. Sodium chloride channel and behavior conditions. Which one did I go for? This one or that one? Is this one here? Why does it keep sending them over there? Should be here. What do you want me to ask? Maybe I could ask a question if there is time. Yeah, you can call in this number here, 516-247-8151 is my cell number. So you can call that number and I'll basically put you on speakerphone and hold the phone up to the microphone. Or you can type it in the chat. It's not going to be a troll interview, Londos. This is going to be a serious interview, so I don't think you want to ask anything. Did I save this already? Oh, wait a second. It's the same one. What the hell? It's not the one I liked. This is the one. Alright, anyway. Alright, let's see. We got those two. Alright, now what was the other ones that I liked? Didn't like any of these. None of these. Okay. Alright. Very subtle. Very strong. Go for it, Maddie. I'm gonna let him speak for a while first. He might, have a topic that he can talk extensively on, so I'll definitely ask though. I'll ask you a question. At the end or whenever he lets me know, like he's ready for questions. Asleep on the job. Boom, boom. Dude, this guy's got 3 feet. What the? I'm gonna go with number 4. Ooh, this is pretty good though. Number 2 here. Ooh, this is a good one too. Zoom out of this one. Yo, where did these come from? I don't know if that's it. Number 4. Web. Download. I don't know. Let's see what the first one here. Alright. I mean, it's the best we're gonna do right now. So I come here. Oh, jeez. Dr. Job's calling. I guess I'll just answer. Hello?
Oh, g'day, mate.
Hey.
Happy day to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've got a few minutes before we start, or we could start like when you're ready.
Let's see. Check the sound levels here. Can you say something?
Yeah, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay?
Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Let me see. No, it was sounding really good in my headset, but it didn't.
Okay, what about now? How's that?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah? Is that good?
I believe so.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we've got to keep the mouth. Microphone is on.
Okay, let me talk to the chat here. Matt, can you hear Dr. Job? Okay, let me just...
No. Oh, Matt. Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3. Quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
I'm sorry, they're 15 seconds behind, I think. Yeah, it's I can see it. Okay, yeah, he says he can hear. Beauty. Okay, so I'm gonna use the AI to generate a picture for a thumbnail for the video. So I'll just record now and then edit in post production, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Also, I don't think I'm gonna do you justice with an introduction. Maybe one day I'll be, I don't know, a good host.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, but try not to introduce me because.
Yeah.
But unless you're speaking something to the audience, like about the show or do something, I think it's better. It might be better straight up to get into the show.
Yeah, that's what
really.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think. I feel like we don't do the introductions of anything because people don't want those. They just don't. It's sort of like, but it's useful that for every 5 minutes, at least there's something you could backtrack over something I said.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just say, "Oh, power. What's that? Being equal to formlessness? Could you go over that a little bit, or something? I mean, something you heard, or something. That's all. Yeah. So every 5 minutes for also.
Yeah, that's great.
But by the time 5 minutes has passed, you'll have logged something that could something be. But if you can, otherwise you could be filled with what you're doing there behind the scenes. So that's up to you.
Yeah, I'm just on the edge of my seat listening.
Yeah. Oh, we ready to start, mate?
Yes. I'm gonna mute myself so there's no background noise for you.
Okay. So nirvana really was where bliss is, and not being blissful, but being in bliss would be, from having achieved things, and eye awareness was your emptiness, and care simple, and so you would be receptive. And so in the past with Kaninji and Komita Vida or Div Smart or Life Food has principles that relate to your fluids being thin, and when it's not, of course, it's called cystic fibrosis. But being in eye awareness is causative more of calcium and sodium balance, because adrenaline and cortisol, these stress hormones, adrenocorticotropic hormone, epinephrine, norepinephrine, all are not necessary because someone's more, at peace and the shoulders are relaxed and everything. And so, as you're in balance, you've really got this empty center, and it's just simple that you have care there. And power, somebody could be asked, where is your power? I mean, it's a really good question, because if you use whole bone functioning motor programming, you could see that where a pattern interrupt is, your power really is your formlessness in a moment, and how functional plastic that you are to be in your creative intelligence. I mean, this engages more of a whole bone patterning, including the frontal cortex. And so automatically you have this, and this is pre-cognition, pre-thinking. So something has gone on long before you thought, and it's engaged, and the structure is and that structure could really be more where functionalness is, or fear could be placed as an addiction all throughout, where something is stored wrongfully. And so somebody could do a new behavior generator and be where the behavioral change work can be in a small session, and that be cleared up. So something could be future paced, meaning that someone could have learned how to have something which could be then future paced, so when you arrive in the future, it's automatic. And something that you've done is to use a synesthesia, which though a pattern as a structure is used, that's separate from something you've been processing. You're using that structure to process something new. And this is sort of how the brain works. In whole brain functioning, you're modeling really a condition of being able to calibrate movement experience to internal matrix of the mind. And so where somebody does anything, in fact, you can see what the nerves are that's behind this. And that's whole body calibration, as you're looking at whole body movement, and this through space, you're learning how to track, and you're getting sensory-based information more. And so 90% of anything that anybody's communicating is right there, more in the analog, meaning not the words per se, but how they're being said. And so if somebody cared, they could go forward and they really learn how to do certain sorts of mind reading techniques, like implicit and explicit mind reading technique, and you learn how to apply implicit and explicit language as well. And math has existed in the words that you use and how you have your focus and attention. And so an increase in well-being always was, after these trainings, there would be a satisfaction of life index looked at before and afterward, and quite considerable right through the rest of your life. You really have a great benefit. And so there's an increased well-being, and it's spontaneous, creative intelligence, that's interest and pleasure is what allows you, and happiness, to be in the frontal cortex. And that could be more hardwired, which we're going to be talking a little bit about, and what happens when aversion, as we just started to talk a bit about, had been placed into all these centers. Of course, power is equivalent to your formlessness and your ability to be able to be functionally plastic in the moment. And so there's ranges and ways that somebody can achieve things. Like, for instance, if you just shape the body, the mind can follow what this is. If you put a new movement experience in and wire that into someone's experience, now the body the mind can conceive new possibilities. See? And so life with nutrition and installing a new movement experience with a session that somebody can have, it's really your capacity to be more aware, being in balance, and being able to have a referential indexing, meaning where are you getting your information from? There's a 50% inside yourself, there's a 50% outside, and are you at balance about this? And also then your whole orientation. Is this more internal or external, and is it in balance? And so where somebody's seen to be in balance, you really could say that you've got someone that's more integrated, meaning all the parts are flowing. It's congruent, meaning that all the parts are parallel. And it's associated, meaning it's in the present, and you're using is as a verb more, and this sort of thing. So now cortisol is modest. Because don't, work, can't, should, try, but must isn't there. And learning is immediate, of course, and imprinting where the mind is. And if you could see that you gutted the mind, you come to mind the gut, and you realise these two things are very much connected, because 50% of all the dopamine is made in the brain of the gut, and 90% of all serotonin is made in the brain of the gut.
Yeah, I was reading today your book that I'm editing for metabolic neuropathy, and just what you said just now reminded me of it, because it was the part that I was up to said that anxiety was basically magnesium deficiency.
Yes, well, where somebody has a behaviour that robs magnesium from the body, always, never not, someone's going to have a deficiency, aren't they? Because the behaviour is the cause of the condition. A condition causes the behaviour. The behaviour is the condition and causes things to arise because of itself. Cystic fibrosis, of course, where fear, flight, fight is there, somebody could all of a sudden not really have any saliva for sure, or they could be so that they've got so much because they've got their rewards on and they're only thinking about things of reward, and so they have very high histamine levels, and so the membranes are very permeable, but they're very quick knee-jerked in their activities or not. But balance, of course, but where sodium and potassium and chlorine channel is, it always is that this channel because of rock salt, because you could only have wind-evaporated solar ocean salt, and if it's collectible from the cold water, it's got, you've got about 92 trace elements in there. And it's enzymatically active, and it's orthophilic, meaning straight with nature, and it's amphiphilic, meaning it can be mixed with water and oil. It's amphoteric, meaning it can pull a north or a south out where it needs to, and it has permittivity, which means that it can pass a charge and hold a charge. So silica and carbon are the very few two elements which really do this on the periodic chart course, which carbon is what we have in our body, and silica is necessary in its monatomic state, meaning it's north negative and it's south positive and neutralized more, and it doesn't have any valence. And so these elements like rhodium, osmium, and ruthenium, all these white gold elements, form a glow around your cells. But when you're looking at cystic fibrosis, because you've got excessive don't want can't try but must only, and somebody only had a cortisol, adrenaline sorts of types of things going on, EU stress, even people having too much fun, you've got what's not necessarily natural. Being in bliss is what we're talking about here, but being blissful is really, that's something else. Being in bliss is what we're talking about versus just being blissful. But happiness itself, we would go beyond to see that this is more encompassing, yet pleasure is sort of something just in the moment, something sensory. Yet the cause of your septal region of your brain that's engaged where you're involved in pleasure, this assists cause your frontal cortex to be connected, and the frontal cortex left hemisphere is connected more to the front of the brain and the back of the brain, and so you've got a much more flow to connect to the front to the back of the brain for action and things to be taken, and for new things and ideas to form. It always uses the frontal cortex more for the plannedness of that. And so you can hear and see, of course, in analog, meaning non-verbal, the way that something is said. If there's a slight slur or rolledness, people can really feel comfortable. And if it were really clipped, like, you're going to learn this, and this is what is going to be fished or given to you. But that's an example of sort of clipped sort of language, which is coming from adversity and the adverse components of the brain where somebody's really talking in clip language, like, you're going to do this and you better get on with it. I mean, that's pretty sort of gross. But it's really where a lack of room is inside and somebody's really not coming from the note G, and their chakras aren't open, because you can really hear that resonance isn't quite where, in the upper nasal area or the dental areas of your mouth and glottal areas, are three areas which are all have resonance, and so you could really hear through resonance someone who's sipping nectar, and you're making 26 grams of protein every day in your intestinal net. You have the proper intestinal flora. I mean, dopamine is produced because you've got streptococcus sorts of cocci types of organism, which is in our BCT formula, we've got these blue like organisms which assist to help dopamine being produced, but there's aromatics which is missing in food, which because all the aromatics is missing, it means that all the enzyme is missing, because if you've really got an enzyme there, you've still got aromatics, but if you don't have aromatics, you don't have enzymes. And there's a law of adaptive secretion of enzymes, so life begets life, of course, and death begets death. And so up to a certain point, live food, you could really learn that's not much phosphate, because that really creates stone, and it's stone in the pancreas, and it's really where sodium chloride and calcium can be in excess. So cortisol, don't work, can't, should, try, but must only. As you could go back and look and listen to these shows, you could hear that always causes a thickening of mucus more itself, because it causes sodium to be excreted and causes high calcium. And so those two things has really caused mucin to become thickened. And so rather than be thinned and have a good surface exchange, somebody really hardly sort of all of a sudden is really not getting any oxygenation like they really should. And so you've got adversity, which could be being sought, which is not proper direction of the vestibular system. Succession could be done to cause the vestibular system to be used correctly, so someone has proper emotional regulation. But where a lack of integration really is, because the parts are less than flowing and unified where things are, which they could be, but that part has to be isolated and separated so it could be worked with versus it's just overlaid. And somebody, within a short moment in time, they could be so skillful, which I could train people how to do this. There's Jubb's instrument, which teaches people whole brain functioning. These words are never ever coined ever before this moment where, this work was being done more as to be looking into whole brain functioning itself, and it was seen that the septal region connects the frontal cortex, and if aversion was, it would have neurologically inhibited the septal region of the brain, which is responsible for pleasure. And so pain that triggers the amygdala and tegmentum by degree, or inhibits the frontal cortex. It shuts that down, because you can't have really good feelings while you feel, a bit buggered at the same time, sort of thing. So where someone's pancreas is not flowing like it should, which cystic fibrosis is a rock salt toxicity and a slow, sure lack of capacity to transport chloride molecule properly. And so the sweetness of the pancreas, which could be just assisted with a little bit of this Jubb's amber glycolic, could return sweetness back to the pancreas, and somebody only has to have 1, 2, 3 doses of what this is that last over 3 months or more.
What?
So and you put the blue light therapy, and you do that work. So it only takes like 3 hours. A treatment is, and that can last 3 months. Somebody could do 3 of those in a row, and they've got quite substance that would continue to cause neoplastic condition and things to be cleared up. And it's purgative; it kicks it out. And so, all things where it's something of the body is something where the mind is also. And so if you could describe what short-term hypnotherapy is, it really is just structured, inductive process where somebody's giving instruction that gets carried out, and that's a true healing therapeutic. And so somebody really could be very knowledgeable how a synesthesia could be used to clear away a stuck state. So providing the resource state is built up, large enough, you can collapse the stuck state into this. And where you're really in your omnipresent self, meaning in your third person, you're looking over yourself more. You're outside and you're having a thought about the thoughts. You could see you're having awareness over sensation, and you're having, because being wakeful is only 7 plus or minus 2 chunks of information in one period of time. It's very limited, and so awareness is over the state of wakefulness itself. And so where somebody learns the vestibular system to be what more is whole brain functioning, you're moving more toward using direction this way, and you're using direction to have things within, and you're doing these preferred modes where you're more inclusive of the things that you do, and you're seeking agreement. And if you could, you should be really seeking agreement. And so where new toxin really is, where the body was brought in of glutamate molecules, which is excitotoxic, and it suddenly caused a change of the sodium chloride channel because the glutamate molecule was really toxic and couldn't be broken down and could give a stimulation. But after baby food was given, 90% mostly of all these pyramidal motor neurons could have been lost. And so someone's capacity to be able to imitate what somebody else did doesn't exist as much. And these kids often really have phlegm and mucus, which cause their eyesight not to be so good, and upper respiratory types of conditions. And it is a sodium chloride channel into membrane, which gets healed up with the amber glycolic and these product, which we have in the program. But attention deficit hyperactive disorder really is primarily a sodium chloride channel into membrane in not proper regulation, which is what cystic fibrosis is. And so this is a condition that's behind everything in all neoplastic condition as well. And so the behaviors and things of inattention because of a hyperactiveness and an impulsivity, it could have blocked, of course, somebody's proper development and had degrees, which it was and is still going of cystic fibrosis that nobody ever talked about, which is really evident. And if you look into the symptoms of this, and so very interruptive types of internal dialogue, which could be going on, would be from this cortisol type of brain set, which is a don't work, can't you, try but must only, an aversive type of selective restrictive violation, meaning that although somebody could do something else, they've selected more to have only restrictive violations, like where they'll only focus on stories which is really something didn't work out, or it was sexist, to blame him, or some other condition of a story which didn't have any proper motive whatsoever, yet for the listener. And so to act without thought, which you could hear going on around, you could see that the consequence isn't something which should be wise, that somebody's tuned to more, and focusing on what you're able to versus what you're unable to, and what's going on where that chatter is. It's really a focus of where you could see behaviors, certainly like of fidgeting, for instance, which would show inner conflict and little micro expressions being released, which you could see also in a conflict, where typical expressions would be like 4 or 5 seconds or something. And so somebody becomes way more expert at being able to look and see what even parts of the brain that somebody is using. And that's what Jupp's instrument does. It gives you the capacity to be able to determine the degree to which somebody is in whole brain patterning or not. And you're looking at first how associated somebody is, yes, and who's done anything like this. It's really, meaning is somebody present tense versus dissociated? What's the congruency of the mood? And then what is it, the hemispheres that's participating in the mood? And how is all this related on an instrument that somebody could learn to look at others' behavior and determine the degree to which somebody's more acting and living and more whole brain functioning? Somebody could do a session, and that's a download, so somebody could get new behavior generator and get wired in a proper patterning that could be. And so new toxin really impacts the sodium chloride channel, which really impacts all these neurotransmitters and all the endothelial cells, which are cells beside the passageways of the cells. And so where somebody really doesn't have proper attention, it is that they can feel not that life going forward is proper, and so, or that they've just focused on historicalness or hystericalness and brought anything that was in the past and put it into the front of themselves. So just having ran into that in the past, but one doesn't have to have done that anymore. Those are behaviours which we've just been really talking about, which really is more hyperactive, and it's impulsivity, which really blocks that development, like we were talking about. Cystic fibrosis really at a very early age is really evident and ongoing and interruptive, of course, of the causedness of a lot more internal dialogue from estrogenicness. And the more estrogen somebody has, the more chatty Cathy they could be, sort of with their internal dialogue in relation to somebody else. And so aversive, selective, restrictive types of violations of behaviour, meaning that you wouldn't do this ordinarily, but somebody is doing it, like because they might not have any boundaries. And so somebody has a private life, of course, and they'll just bring all of that private life into the public and do things just like this. It's sort of like domestic terrorists, sort of where the family is or something. And so the acts of where somebody is not in proper whole bone patterning could be truly a thought of some lacked consequence, in fact, actual, because somebody really wasn't able to feel guilt or feel shame, and because those emotions were, no, you can't, you shouldn't, that's weak, and so the consequence of that would be that somebody's only got rules that they could be broken, because, well, what's the consequence after that? There isn't, you see. And so because no shame, guilt, or embarrassment would have been, its resourcefulness is, you learn what's social. Otherwise, you could be started, or you could see social disorders where excessive inner or outer dialogue is, and somebody doesn't even know what the difference is between inner and outer dialogue, because the left hemisphere is shut down and only the right hemisphere is existing, and so one is not really having access as much to the external world, where the left hemisphere really does that through language exchange and through our kinesthetic motor sequencing sort of behavior. And so unable where somebody would have been to be in aversion, and it shut down all the frontal cortex, because aversion neurologically inhibits pleasure. And, anything pleasure is only going to be equal to 1 in a bank account, but aversion can be as equal to like -3. And so, of course, why not have +5 to equal 1 adversive condition? Because you've got to build that up and chain these anchors together and fire it off, so somebody's got quite a resource state to collapse any stuck state into. But somebody could really learn how to do some things like this in sort of really short-term whole bone functioning session, which somebody could really be downloaded where something is. So apart from reading, where you could feel where everything is, what's going on in the body, you can really also hear and feel and see what's useful. That could be a syntax in the way you're using your senses and things. And so these are things which all cause more nectar to flow, and we're ghrelin and natural levels of human growth hormone, which can cause you to be younger. And whole bone functioning patterning engages more vestibular movement toward and within, and not outside and away from, which is more dissociated. So overall, some patterns exist where fixatedness would have been on angry, sad baby types of happiness or helplessness, and somebody always getting many others to do something which is it something which somebody should be done themselves, and where maturity is, but somebody's asking others to do what that is for them, and this is sort of learned helplessness. But where eye contact really is, behavior really is repetitive, that's inclusive, or it's not, it's restrictive and by habit polarized, and so information could be flowing because somebody's selected to be more congruent, and they could be sorting for what is agreement, or they can have agreement with condition, or they could be polarized. And so those are the only 3 choices that exist. Certain, the first 2 choices is really something which people you could get things done. And so syntax, what you do or anybody else's mental health, really is an order or a disorder. And of course, they don't want to come to a try but must only, and fear not in the right place, because Bambi doesn't forget where the tiger is cortisol not proper. but having compassion and being more co-creative, focusing on being more consistent, and focusing on what's cared for, where change or transformation is really giving you back the keys versus the lack of self-control and the lack of the frontal cortex activity, which could be much more appropriately put, which you got the use of it, versus inappropriate, where one's not really following through with commitment, one's very impulsive, and very impulsed through all sort of thought, which is toxic toward anybody, just like lead would be. And abuse is emotional, and things that's heavy and hard sort of sink to the bottom versus the things which is light more. But blatant, just constructing things which wasn't coming from memory, and repeating those things ongoing, one could really be skillful to learn to see from your movement experience everything that's sort of really going on and so on. But gaslighting is really done to the victim, where someone is, because who's the victor doesn't want to be seen that way. And then so, where you are as a victim, these are all sorts of antisocial types of patterning, must be gaslighted, so it's your fault sort of thing. And the victim really is all which doesn't have anything come into question per se, which is the nature, not the cause and effect, but the nature of the cause and effect. What's the nature of the cause and effect? There's things which can't be brushed over because only truth-telling is right in there, because there's a certain amount of percentage of time spent speaking about all sorts of things that was going on beforehand and then afterward also, which could be often lost by someone who's just fabricated and made something up. So mental blanking and not having even ability to recall in neurology, that's called bradyphrenia. And it's sort of slow cognitive delayed response. And some comedians might do that sort of state sort of thing. But sodium chloride channel really dysfunction is there, and control of the emotion really is because you've got a great capacity for proper mental cognition, or you don't. But if you're using your brain right, you've got direction going proper. But otherwise, you've got an attention deficit hyperactive disorder, which is really a loss of mirror motor neuron function, like we said earlier on. And boys often are really affected much more than girls because their blood-brain barrier hasn't formed properly up into 19 months of age. And so there you go, where the family system court is. It's wrecked a nation and people and broken the family. And so you've got a lot of surrogate spousal relationships where parental alienation really is installed, and a lot of global tegmentum amygdala types of function, which somebody's ex was what was imprinted to who was there even by the age of 7. Some condition exists, and they must be happy that not anything is said and all sorts of things, which isn't really too normal, because you'd be wondering, gee, shouldn't it be that people talk to each other? But lots of food stuff which help for where anyone is to help be recovered more. These aromatics, and you've got enzyme in formula, and the stereoscopics are really good. So vitamin D, getting in the sun, all of these sorts of things really is good for you. The black amber balm is incredible and has DMT molecules that's within that. You could have quite a beautiful state change from this by sniffing what that is. The black amber glycolic has molecules in it which, if that's brought in internally, it really is incredible purgative. So one isn't any longer self-focused, you see, because available energy is now for spiritual conditioning versus it had to be there for healing, or it had to be there to get healed up, or digestion. and the conversion of energy otherwise really is being sought, and it's a risk where anybody is to the lack of any proper employedness, and where bright lights, for instance, suddenly can be cause of someone to be and feel anxiety. Attention deficit hyperactive disorder really is helped with digestate and ECT and 4NR life colloid. The black amber balm would be talking about. These are all products which really do assist and help heal up DNA where organs are, because otherwise Lewy body dementia and little bodies of protein that should be broken down and isn't, but where things are like that, where you've got unpredictable sort of mood swings and slow to new, be able to bring in new information, and speech where there's no gap in the cloud bank and it's just like flat strap somewhat, and where clip language would be, you've got it certain that you've got a hyperactive disorder and a lack of proper pleasure and interest, and so where somebody really is feeling in touch, of course, yet where somebody is in a state like that, this which we're talking about could really be a bit too intense where it even touches, and so persistence and perseverance and yours and my capacity to really be in more compassion and be celebratory where we are, we could really reach out to others and assist to help healing. Life begets life and death begets dead. And it's really what was in your head a lot getting cleared up and being more silent, and what's there where the product is and service is more. So these are things which always starts as a true healing therapeutic, because it's really more you or I more changing our ways. But today, surrogate spouse relatedness, where the spouse wasn't there anymore and that relation was surrogated to the children, and then there was sort of emotional, incestual sorts of things where parental alienation goes on. One parent becomes the ex, and so forever and a day, anything that comes up, you can hear borrowed phrases that can be used that is labeling things. And where did this come from? It's just automatic. It's typical that often who's been alienated as a parent might always be the alienated one. And they've been, if somebody, you wanted them to do something and it was the kids who all really enjoyed this, but then when the other parent was, and they didn't care for that, subliminally, suddenly you heard the kids say, oh, big deal, we didn't want to do this anymore. And so to the parent that's ostracized, they often are ostracized all the way through life, and that injury is something which can often be an injury sort of for life more. And the victim always doesn't want to be the end of the stick, and so they sure do learn what the victor did, and so they've got all these control things and ways to control people by being dissociated, by being distracted, by interrogatory, and being intimidated into control versus being motivational where people are. And so it's a math which is going on, and certain parenting is going to cause things to be more set for someone. The black amber glycolic really is internal, and it's such a purgative, like I said, and it can clear away conditions where anger was and where projections are. It completely cause someone to be more blissful in their own thinking for the time frame that they do this, and then afterward it's sort of very purgative. Otherwise, it's really you're picking up more whole brain functioning patterning and learning about this and having a really good effect for your health. Otherwise, you can see what's going on. That would have been a lot of cortisol instead, and so it's really correcting what's successful to be for the dance that you do, and that actual by the age of 7 really there's something which is some guided critique of things, and so that's natural set. But if it's not, then any critique could be kind of considered as some grilling, or if the child feels alienated from the parent, they only would hear and see things and interpret things in a manner that's not necessarily total of itself. And catchphrases and things you could hear came from a parent that really had it as their business that they were going to punish the other parent and use the children to do that, you see. So these are things which is going on where you could see attention deficit disorder and these sorts of things, because home life wasn't as well as what it should be, and refusing to consider this and have personal attention to and that the value of being able to feel shame and have blame, and then you've got no longer just rules that you could break. So sabotage is where mostly people sabotaging themselves because they got a lot of don't work, can't try about my saying it's really inhibitory. Yet interest and pleasure cause you to be in your frontal cortex, and so the pleasure is stimulating a whole brain patterning, and aversion cause you to be in limited mind function. And otherwise, where somebody's in aversion, they're more aggressive, they really want to, something, they'll demand where someone is doing a job, and they'll make whoever does that kind of feel small, and they're living, and that who is there wants anyone else around to live in the shadow of themselves, and this sort of thing. So it's sort of very Peter principled, meaning somebody sort of promoting their own self to some utter sort of incompetence, really. And so someone could really say that they could care. Oh, good, how's that? And they have an empty center. Wow, this is I aware, and all things come more appropriate, and what's empty where energy is within, and formlessness then can be, because functional plasticity is, but otherwise somebody could be sort of saying that they're sorry, yet they really don't, you can't hear, feel and see that they exist per se, and that could be more manipulative, and that's an example of gaslighting, where someone doesn't really feel that you could be hurt, or they don't have any capacity to feel empathic much. And so these are all moments where someone might be turning some behavior on or off, called more selective, restrictive. I mean, yet where somebody's just only had their X, what was that? Some condition in myself which got passed on to the children. And if it was how beautiful your mother is and how good your carer is actually to, or father, to not get in the way of the child toward this parent and things, how good is that you might reduce to a lot of the parental alienation that could have gone on for your own self, and what sort of reunification could there be? And yet a very deep condition could be a lack of proper having sympathy and conflicting of self, and incapable really of not really having easy ability about it, maybe hug or kiss somebody or feel somebody else. And so varying degrees of isolation and sort of normalizing something which is deviant goes on where the child is. I mean, they're not, that sometimes those things could be got to. Yet the act of unreasonableness really is what your neighbour could look and feel and say, well, yeah, no, I think that's unreasonable. But one could not really ever be admitting, for instance, which they should, normally would, to feelings of what is runaway or some escape route where no confessedness would have been, yet all kept there in that mode, sort of somebody guessing and things, which is sort of abusive. So covert sort of pursuit really could have been more toward disorder rather than order, and where somebody would have been holding another down, more subservient and vulnerable to that, to some weakness, and then so constantly accusing a it's sort of like a passive aggressor, which is sort of really fatal, actually, and it's the lack of any empathics by some sort of a degree, really. And so there are four stages of a personality disorder where that is. And first, of course, you've got an idealization of a stage, and then you're moving to the second stage, which is really a negating of any distinction which would have existed there, starting to cause a deluded and devalued sort of relation. And that's the second phase. And then going through a third phase, which is, you're getting discarded and tossed away. And so the fourth stage really has become sort of a hoover after that, and sucking up all energy, which really could be out to drain otherwise. But yet all empathy, which should be, yet, you could often see maybe no empathy really is being shown, you see. So this sort of shows antisocialness, but for the record, you could really say that fabrication and the part of a false story, of course, always is because no proper sequence was in the way that it was told and would ordinarily be, but somebody could be more forensic and you can tune into whether something is truthful or not. And so it's really made up where a portion is only, and somebody only hears or sees something being spoken, but not everything. And you've got an infodecedent connecting with an infodecedent about something hearsay, and this is nothing ever verified where this is, or your own self is. But aggressing to provoke where somebody is or to intimidate them, and one ever having to feel that they have a right to do that, which is ridiculous. This is sort of an example of what is totally antisocial. And so it's a constant admiration where otherwise something is going on which is abnormal, and it really is self-centered. And where somebody is like that, they're just terrified of revealing the truth, because a loss of that is really what the whole personality disorder is about, where something could be revealed and somebody doesn't want it. Then you're looking at all sorts of things which is given to you, or are like slippery slope, where somebody's gone on to think that something exists which no fact existed for that to have existed. And you've got angry baby and sad baby, you've got niggy niggling at people and then sobbing, crying, and you've got a baby as an adult, and you've got positive adaptive reasonings that all was, sort of, this having formed, and by silence and withdrawal, and somebody could be being punished ongoing, and a silent sort of treatment of some punishedness, and you could really say that covert, meaning somebody who's more passive aggressive, personality disorder, really, you could think, for the record, you could see behaviours like certainty, there to be a big exaggerated sense of self, and self-centeredness, and bursts of energy coming up with more not too controlled energy of breaking into other people's boundaries, and being very manipulative and not really being very reliable or loyal, and yet fully hyped up of attention, and over conflict, and conflict being sought. And so, all this is really not useful use of direction of a vestibular sense. So where anything is, you've got to build a resource state which is large enough, and then you can collapse anything into this. And so what personality disorder, you could say, well, first, what could you do to turn things around? You could straight away look at the hard facts more, and you could look at all the sorts of behaviours which could have been existing, sort of, that was more negative and provoking. You could focus on where calmness could be, where you've got a dial, you could turn things down, or you could not always see that you're in the now more, and you could be more into ears and what's valuable. You could build orders of a more where your presence is more in associated as well as being dissociated as anybody showed up. You could really be calling out more for what's normal and making an effort for this to be accepted more, and setting enforcing sort of boundaries, personal boundaries and things. And so one should really have good constructive critique and have ease of ability to be able to have constructive critique of themselves, and ignoring or not valuing anybody or what is really a form of stupidity, of course. Yet shame that would be spoken could be very confused and not actual, but one can't stand up for anyone else, and yet who's happy really is really not necessarily of any aggressive sort of outbursts and those sorts of things, but being more aware, being more implicit, being implied, and intuitive is more natural, and so pleasure starts to be more hardwired versus limited mind function. And so otherwise you could see someone really changing topics midsection and making that more wearing people out, talk more that was excessive non-stop, or where movements was just to be fidgeted. And then you've got these Harderian gland, which is a gland around your eyes, the Brunner glands, that is a very large gland in your body which produces north negative, very important. You've got ethmoid organ, which is your magnetic organ, which is lined up to magnetic north. And is it that you've got a proper atlas alignment, and do you have proper central nervous system, working, because you've got a straight spine and things like this. Otherwise, the sleep-wake cycle could be going on. But you can hear people sort of arguing a bit where I am in the background.
I thought maybe you're making a meal for everybody like you always do.
Well, I'm in a state of flux where we're doing the show, and in a boarding spot in a moment where people are so interesting, it's funny. But all systems which really is undiagnosed is ongoing, and like what we're talking about, modern medicine's out of keeping people amused while nature's taking its course. Yet most people could be really in hypochondriacal types of conditions where they zone out of conversations and they really don't really have ever much cause of action proper, and because they don't have the nature of the event, and a lot of interruptedness of anybody else's flow could be, and somebody could be more high conflict, and so they're not really in agreement, not seeking agreement, and yet whole brain focusing being practiced, and more jump cell rejuvenation, these sorts of things can go hand in hand. And so you've got narcissistic personality disorder, really, where things can get cleared up because somebody could really learn more whole brain functioning, patterning, and proper apologetics and all sorts of things goes on. But where that doesn't, you've got sociopathics, which really is not really any feeling much, where somebody else is, you see. And so where flow is, really, where anything is, agreement is, that's for sure. And anybody could point toward what makes things up, and it's a mature person that always makes amends. And so it's persistence and perseverance, and for you, where things are really not necessarily in overdrive, but somebody could be very rigid and have not a proper global, proper condition of rewardedness of things, but things what continuity is, where anything is. But parental alienation could have gone on, and those sorts of things. I mean, then many people could be passive-aggressive gossip and things that's like that could be more and more anger addict and more guilt-trippedness sort of thing. So personality disorder is like more borderline, and emotional instability really is ongoing, where sort of somebody is distracted, but quite calm and smooth voice tone and things are sort of all something which you could be more felt inside. But to avoid responsibility where something is really, but anywhere calmness is, all things are really proper. But of course, it's a felt guilt, which should be wise where something is a shame and things are just rules are just not necessarily just skipped over, but something is sort of more long term, where feelings are sort of more where insecurities could have been. But there's patterns of a sociopath, which is really ignoring all the things that's right or wrong and telling anybody, to live, but just taking advantage of things, negative conflicted sort for sort of long-term, no long-term relation and no personal sort of boundaries ever been sort of respected and things. So charm really is your capacity, of course, just being organic, but could be just you could see a very manipulative more, where something is just opinionated, and there would have been a lack of proper feeling, but even remorse or revenge. Revenge, not remorse. And so these are sort of borderline personality disorder, which is really empty eyes. But it's more a fog more of sort of things which is more empty and vacant. Yeah. And so it's really where somebody is gaslighted, is sort of the victim is sort of really made to be, who's at fault sort of thing. But awareness really is very warm, of course, and more kind-heartedness, and soft-rolled and more inclusiveness, somewhat, but not passive-aggressive. It's sort of more jabbing, more ongoing, where someone's partneredness is. And then backhanded sorts of apologies, which really is a Fox apology more. But if anybody collected any evidence, of course, you could see sort of a lot of blambedness and but where confidence is, of course, emptiness is, and trust and faith is, and this sort of really is, people are basically good versus, I grew up and I was ever taught that people were good. So somebody had to have a lot of defense strategies. But narcissistic personality disorder really is a sort revenge more, where planned attack sort of things are and stuff. And this is all coming from like a limited mind function more. And so social sort of siding and all this sort of thing is all kind of more coming from fear of rejection and that. And anyway, the sodium, potassium pump and the chlorine molecule and how sweet it is for the liver's function are the very things which cause the fluids to be more thinned and blood to be more unstuck. And so whole brain function really is really being good at reframing and being able to look and see whole brain patterning and know how to just to be natural to be able to do this, which is really how you're using your vestibular sense in direction, simple, that's all. And being able to future pace success where somebody is, and otherwise, lots of people could have these Lewy bodies, which is accumulation of in the brain where there's a lot of mental decay and Alzheimer's sort of substance, which is all from this undigested protein and stuff that could be existing where things are. Anyway, that's a pretty good show, mate. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's.
Oh, what questions might we have, mate? Any?
Oh yeah, a lot of incredible information there, Dr. Job. Thank you so much. I'll just go in order of when they came in.
Yeah.
You kind of already covered this, but maybe
Mm.
you could go in a little deeper because Josh from Down Under
Yep.
was asking about
Yeah.
the black amber glycolic.
Oh, okay. Well, the black amber glycolic has a very strong chloride molecule channel, which it kicks off and conditions and helps the pancreas quick smart as a purgative, and meaning it kicks a condition out, and so there's a way for someone to take that internal. They could learn how to do that. You bring it in with citric acid, and then a bit of bicarb, and that's how that's done. And then that's you're laying in a red cloth for 3 hours, and it that blue light activates these nitroso terpeter compounds that's in that, and it's extreme. Of course, it's really quite radical in itself. Yeah. So other things is that it has a molecule in it, which is a substance you can wake somebody up from a coma, really, and it's a substance which has that molecule, which really is incredible because it actually turns off or aerobic glycolysis, which is the breaking down of fats and protein, and nitrogen, which cancer kind of really needs itself. And so, a neoplastic condition really does require nitrogen, and nitrogen and excessive protein is really what the cause of a lot of dysbiosis is of the brain. Yeah.
That reminds me, the protein thing. An old acquaintance. He was what was he doing? He was doing 30 bananas a day, and now he's doing. He calls it ultra high processed refined carbohydrate diet, but he was showing his blood tests and how he barely doesn't eat. He makes it a point not to eat any protein, and he's showing how like he doesn't have diabetes because diabetes
Yeah.
is caused by too much protein and fat.
Okay. All right. Well, first, of course, um, um, then cancer could be caused because of toxins, which aren't well, not natural per se, um, and all kinds of reasons for more multiple caused, but basically caused cells not to have proper oxidative metabolism. That's all, and getting the DNA switch back. It's simple. Where somebody that could learn more about what this is. Um, um, well, what the question is, mate?
Oh, it wasn't really a question, just I guess a comment
Yeah.
by the banana writer. He
Oh,
was saying,
well, you're making 26 grams of protein after he talks about in your intestine. And so it's true that where somebody lives a long life because they only drank vodka, like you point out, or they had pizza, and they had coffee. And so they weren't gluttons. They lived a long life, you see. Yeah, they sure did. And they produced all the protein that they needed. So a lot of breatharians like what you've just pointed out exist because most people think, well, there's not anything in what they ate, but certain it is that they lived a long life, where gluttons really don't live a long life. Yes? Okay.
okay. All right. Medicine Bow wants to know about a cyst, a spermatocele cyst.
A, a
Sperm,
sperm,
spermatocele, spermatocele.
um, is it a cyst that's in the mouth or cyst somewhere else? But cysts always is because this condition of cystic fibrosis is existing, and those cysts are always filled with a fluid, and it always comes from connective tissue, which has synovial fluid, and and that material is an excretion of sodium and materials and things, which is a thickened fluid of mucin, and so sacs and these sorts of things can form where someone is, and it is this condition basically of cystic fibrosis, which would be why somebody tunes into that podcast, learns a little bit more about what this is. But it's a sodium chloride channel, not functional proper, and this impacts the liver and pancreas and every other organ, and eventually is a primary condition really of some things which could be model cause, but this is a primary condition, but it's just less. If you could turn this around because you get a bigger picture, you can heal up the pancreas, and you could learn what to do to support proper pancreatic function versus most people have inflammation of the pancreas and they really are not pursuing something which is more the use of these heat and cold shock protein and using more therapeutics to help clear things up like this. Yeah.
I'm starting to see this grand unifying
Totality
that yes,
versus the theory.
yeah, amazing. I guess we used to describe it was a demineralization, and that's kind of the underlying root. Was that
when you have to excrete a toxin, rock salt, and your body eventually can't do that, and so that's what this disease is. It is slow but sure, but it is a natural condition of the management of the chloride molecule doesn't exist after a moment, and then you can't get any more energy, and so you have cachexia, and you have muscle wastedness and nerve wastedness and body wastedness because there's no more energy left.
Wow. What about okay, so there's one more question that just came in. Matt says, what implications does the recent geostorm in the ionosphere last weekend have for individual magnetism relating to the Earth?
Oh, well, sensitives can feel wobbliness sometimes, and where the field reduces or spikes. At the moment, the field is so low, it's reduced so bad. We really have not too much good centered force where things are, as the magnetic forces drop lower. Where solar flares are, you've got solar winds and things, and then that's impacted with climate changes or metallic particulate and things. So it's sort of an interactive effect of all things going on where lights are and these sorts of things. But our magnetic organ, which is the ethmoid, picks up the micropulsation that comes through the crust of the Earth. And this is supposed to be natural at night, that you'd only have 8 Hertz cycle. And what would be a reasonable 46 Hertz cycle would be over where somebody's beam is. And these are all things which is artificial and synthetic being, but not letting someone sleep per se or something, you see, because the frequencies and stuff which is being applied, which isn't natural for the night, yeah? So we become more aware as currency becomes positively inductive, not negatively inductive anymore, and laws become more from the Administrative Council that's formed, and many of them that where we as people then have a voice which sits above the Legislative Assembly and comes to be law. And so that's where we the people fit in. And so it's we the people in charge, but this hasn't been anybody ever done anything much. But these are the things which should be, and it's sort of pre-authorized, pre-ordered, and positive inductive currency could be for the next 210 years, where you have an account and everybody else does too. And governance is more decentralized, and currency is created from our verified vote, which it should be, and yeah, so you're living in a real proper reset, and so our work is very much about this. But what would be the last question again that Matt asked?
Oh, he was just saying how, what is it, implications for personal magnetism and how it relates to the Earth. I don't know if you answered that yet.
Yeah. Well, what natural occurrence is good, but force multiplied because you've got climate changeedness of things, and where were you where this happened, and what energy was existed that is something which is normal versus what's not so normal per se. But certainly that, a lot more conductivity exists because a lot of artificial magnetic particles and creating a haze line over the Earth at the moment, and it all goes up there, all this material and reflectiveness, as now we've got a bit of a haze there. Could take some time and that could all disappear again, but it's from all the persistent control and stuff that's being used by climate controllers and things. And what would it be but more extreme weather that could be force multiplied, and things which you can see, like Dubai getting flooded and all these places and stuff, and the ocean sort of coming into the city sort of thing. And so can a lot of be controlled asymmetric by weather warfare and things. These are the kinds of things which you could look at and see, and why could somebody deny that that's not so?
Yeah. I just saw today in Tennessee where they banned chemtrails. They're all having beautiful, clear skies now. David, thank you so much for your time. I just was looking through my questions. I always think just pull my phone out and be like, "Oh, that I would like to ask Dr. Job." But I remember this one time at Job's Longevity in New York City, and I was asking you question after question because I just look up to you for everything. And you were in between, clients getting readings, and you had like a little small window of time just to eat something, and I was asking you questions while you were trying to chew your food, and you took the time out of your meal to answer my questions, and so I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate you.
Oh, mate. Thank you so much.
So.
I really, great audience, people tuning in, great work that you're doing as we put things up, and people tuning in from all around the world. These are topics which really are hot and continuous, and really current, and always start with a big bang and going out with a big bang. So I think we've done a really great show today, mate. Yeah. So anyway, love you, mate. Really looking forward for us to catch up to the next show. Every something very different with itself a bit. But eye awareness, how do you create this? What are components of this? How does cystic fibrosis sort of fit in? And what are sort of all sorts of behavioural sorts of conditions and things which you could have more patterning to look at and recognise? Yeah. So those are things which I think we can have given some deeper, more insight in the program today. Anyway, love you, mate. Catch up to you in a future show. Anyway, love
Thanks,
you, mate.
Dr. Job.
Good night.